and seconded.
Public hearing. It is a public hearing.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
We're not reading. So, with that, is there any member of the public that wants to speak on this liquor license request? Any member of the public that would like to comment on this request? Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed.
Now, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Move to approve this condition upon them receiving the Forest Service permit.
Still second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second to approve conditionally with the Forest Service permit. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes with conditions. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. We're a couple minutes ahead. Maybe we can get a little more organized here very quickly. Aaron, you can come on up to the table. We'll be ready in just a couple minutes. Sure. Mhm. Okay. It isn't a public hearing, so is everyone ready to move forward? Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Aaron Buck, Yellowstone Regional Airport Executive Director, regarding the airport needs.
All right, thank you,
Thank
Chair. So just a little bit of background. So the airport currently has law enforcement officers that help support TSA and the screening of passengers and just the day-to-day operations there. And so it's a requirement to have these officers there so that we can continue to screen the passengers in case something is found that needs to be mitigated or dealt with, right? And recently, or up until recently, when this requirement came out in September of 2001, you know, it's been there forever. There's been a grant attached to that where we were able to receive $18 per hour of what we received, or what they work, right? So we were receiving a grant up until May 1st of this year to kind of offset our costs there, right? So our cost was, we were paying $20 an hour for our part-time officers. So our cost was around $40,000. We were receiving a grant for around $35,000. So it's the top line of the document that I handed out, right? So that grant, that reimbursement grant, TSA reimbursement grant, was around $36,000. And we were notified last month that May 1st this year, that grant would be no longer be available, right? So Congress, the good news is, I think, is Congress is still looking at this, still looking at funding this. This problem affects 300 airport or 360 airports in the nation. This affects 300 of them. We are not the only airport in this boat that no longer receives this grant that used to depend on this grant or used to for part of their funding. We would like to continue to have our officers, our part-time officers at the airport. We believe that if we were to get rid of the officers, it would put a burden on both the sheriff's department and the city PD to be able to respond in appropriate time to the things that happen up there. And the requirement is that they have to be able to be there within 15 minutes because we're an airport, right? And so to be able to maintain that time, you know, we don't want to burden the sheriff's office nor the PD and the city office. So what I've done is I went before the city and we asked for a portion of that $40,000, and I'm here today to ask again from you for a portion of that $40,000. And so again, history is years ago when the airport had a deficit and didn't have the funds that they have today, and we still have a deficit today, but we were able to create a good revenue stream. But for those who weren't here, in the past, requests like this have been 60% city, 40% county, right? And so that's where I would say, if we did the same thing that historically, I would be asking for $16,000 from you for this next annual budget to cover that cost of those officers to provide at the airport. So I guess I'll stop there for questions.
Well, I kind of have one, and you might not be able to answer this, but it just seems a little bit strange that the FAA can dictate what cities and counties have to supply to their airport. I mean, out of our budget or however we work it out budget wise, but it's been that way since 2001.
So yeah, since 2001, you've had to have to support TSA because they don't have arrest authority. They don't have the training and to do those things that need to be done at a checkpoint, right? And it's at a federal checkpoint. So yeah, to support them, we've been required to have an officer there, you know, in under 15 minutes. And the way the airport's chosen to do that is to take advantage of this grant, because this grant used to be, if you take advantage of the grant, you have to be there within 5 minutes. So we were going above and beyond, going and getting the grant to do a better service, right? And now they're kind of saying, well, we don't want you to do 5 minutes anymore. As long as you can do 15, that's good. I think we're in a unique situation where 15 would still be hard for the sheriff's office and still hard for the PD office. And maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I don't want to get into I would rather have them on site for the service that they provide and not have to burden PD or the you know, the sheriff's office, with the day-to-day tasks that are there, right? And so what we were hoping that we could fund this a different way.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, Aaron, FA dictate you do this, not the sheriff's office or the PD.
It dictates the TSA, so it's TSA, it's a TSA mandate to have officers there. So it's not FA, it's TSA, Transportation Security Authority. And yeah, they dictate, they want to, if you have commercial flights in your community, you have to have a officer response time of 15 minutes or less to your airport.
Sure, but that's dictating that you have to have that arrangement, not that the SO or the PD has to cover that. They can't dictate what we do.
Yeah, it's the airport, right? If we want to have, but if we want to have an airport, we have to be able to do it somehow.
Sure.
Right? I guess that's the way to answer that.
And so,
You're probably, yeah.
Madam Chair, my next question would be, is there any way in the airport's budget that they can find the 16,000?
Well, if you look at the bottom of the sheet I gave you we're already losing $235,000 next year. Yeah, I'm sure we can continue to lose $235,000 and continue to go out. I mean, the CARES Act has been able to build a little bit of a nest egg, right? If we continue to lose that, though, we're going to be back here in 4 years asking for a lot more than 16,000.
Yeah, Madam Chair, follow. I think we had this conversation, not when I was on the board, this board, but the conversation was with this board when the CARES Act came out, is that make sure you just don't get rid of it, because we want to see you guys self-supporting and be able to support yourself moving forward. And it kind of appears that hasn't happened.
Well, what I can tell you is that since we've had the CARES Act involved, and since I've been at the airport, we've grown our revenues by 400,000 a year. So we have done what some people would say the impossible. The revenues at the airport have grown and are continuing to grow, and I think we're on the right path. At the same time, some of our expenses have also gone up, and so you haven't seen it completely close that gap, but we have closed. I mean, we used to have a deficit of 300, 400,000 a year, and we were splitting that between the city and county. Now the deficit is only 200,000, I guess 270 if you count this grant that we just lost, right? So we have closed the gap, even with costs of utilities going up and costs of employees going up. We have closed the gap. Haven't closed the gap as much as we'd like to.
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, question for Sheriff Stewart. The 15-minute response time, how does that impact your office?
Well, my department, it would be dependent on where those deputies are actually stationed at the time of that call. I'm sure to get
Thank you.
it would become dependent on where the deputies were actually at position when that call came in. So myself responding from the sheriff's department, I could probably be there within 15 minutes. If I was somewhere else, maybe not. Cody Police Department, I hesitate to speak for them, but usually they're a lot closer.
I guess one of the concerns is if they're on a call or PD's on a call and we need them, then, and we're outside that 15 minutes, then we violate that thing. That's where I'm thinking is this allows them to do their normal day, their calls, what they're doing already, and not have to worry about getting back to the airport or leaving a call for something that, may not have justified leaving the call, right? So that was one comment I would say.
Follow up. How many instances have you had in the last couple of years where that would have been, you needed someone on right then? We have probably 2 or 3 a month. We don't have, I guess that's I guess I'd go back and look at the incident reports and all that stuff to really get a hard number on you, but we have at least 2 to 3 incidents a month that would require a significant response. Also, what I would say is that it's weekly and if not daily that their presence is noticed because of keeping a passenger from getting to that point. Just their presence of being there keeps people in the peace and not escalating things to where we would need one, right? So because an officer's on site, it prevents more than I think that we actually respond to. Does that make sense?
Madam Chair, follow up. Is it true that you're required to report any and all of these incidents to the FAA? Or the
TSA, yes,
TSA.
we have a, yes,
Is there a way you can provide us with that report?
yes.
Madam Chair, I'd also, if we're gonna have come back for this reports, I'd like to see what average response time is for PD. Sheriff has already pretty much, but you have some statistics. I know previously I've served on the fire department and we had average response times, and I can't hardly believe that they would violate you on one incident. So, I mean, if you can prove that you have a response time of less than 15 minutes available, I would think that I'd like to see that where it says specifically you one strike, you're out.
Yeah, I think it's more than I mean, I'll go back to what I just said about the deterrence. I think having them on site is more valuable.
I understand
than
that.
anything. I think you'll end up with a larger amount of calls because someone wasn't on site to stop it before it needed to be happened, right? And that's where I'm concerned about it, because there are daily interactions with the public that our officers do have, and they prevent those from escalating to an actual call.
Just a question on the officers that you currently have. Are they trained in law enforcement? Are they trained by TSA, or how does that work?
So they are all retired officers from, currently the ones we have are retired from different states. And so they are retired post offices, and they are receiving a special deputy badge from the sheriff's office so that they can do their duties at the airport.
And they're all cleared through our sheriff's office or TSA?
The sheriff's office for that.
Okay. Now, they probably don't have a sidearm or anything, right?
They do have a sidearm, yes.
And if this funding didn't go through, they'd be out of work.
Well, I mean, I can't speak for the board today. The board is going to meet tomorrow and discuss this, and I'm going to recommend that we continue to have them through the summer, regardless of your decision today. And so that the airport just continue to have, because I think there's value for them locally and for that local deterrent, and also for just for their presence. So, and so I think the board takes my recommendation, we're going to do it no matter what. I would sure like to have the support of the county as well.
Sheriff Stewart, can we have your thoughts on you deputizing these officers, and how does that work through your office and any liability that the county sheriff's office would have?
Sure. This recently came to my attention, through a new hire that, Mr. Buck had tried, or has hired. Brought it to the county attorney. There was some concern about the current deputy card we were using, so we revamped that. We've gone through, looked at the statutes that would be enforceable for them specifically. And now Mr. Buck and I have talked about some future training for them, but it looks like a lot of that's going to have to be done through the TSA. But we're working on that, but it depends on their funding.
So if this current process was continued, if the funding is found to do this current process, you're okay with that moving forward?
And once we get through the training aspect of it, yes, we can work on the firearms training for them, the qualifications. We've done that in the past. I've done that in the past in my prior job. The other required training through TSA under that title, it has to be done by TSA, it looks like to me.
Or by the airport.
Or by the airport, correct.
And are these officers in a situation where they kind of hold things in control until full deputies get there? Is that?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or thoughts at this time?
I just like to see, like to see the information we ask before I make a decision.
Aaron, would you be able to provide that?
Can't
And
make it public.
no,
So is there,
oh, if it comes to us.
It's gotta be redacted. It can be redacted. You can redact names. So you might check with the county attorney on that. On how you can provide that or redact, if it can be provided in a redacted form.
Okay, we'll work on that. Have a conversation about how to do that with the county attorney. It doesn't sound like we'll have a decision today. We're still working beginning to work through our budget and see where we're gonna be this year.
Thanks for the time.
Yes, we will put this on the list. So thank you. So I got 10 minutes, I guess. 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes. Erin, while we're waiting on her, everything's still a go on your emergency preparedness, the 18th?
Yes, we're having an emergency preparedness drill on the 18th. We're gonna be closing Beacon Hill Road for part of that. And then we do need a few volunteers if you'd like to dress up and pretend to be hurt. Please call the airport. We're short about 10 people or so to be volunteers. And so if you want to be an actor or you wanna, that would be great.
Are you gonna carry a gun?
No.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna pretend to be on a plane and be in a plane crash and possibly a broken leg or something like that. So, but we're all set for that. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we're excited for that drill. It's required. That's required by the FAA every 3 years. And so it's our turn this year to do that. So
I understand some of the other agencies are using it as a drill for them too. The
Yes.
hospital and a few others to make sure that they're coordinate correctly.
yeah, I think a lot of the agencies in the community have a requirement to do a drill like this. And so when it's our turn, we make sure everyone's involved so they can check their box too for that year, right? And so we've been planning this for about 6 months now, and we're excited to have it behind us.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Well. They're all in ours too. Yeah.
Oh, do there.
Yes, they're all in our file. Tina? Okay, that's okay. Oh, okay. You're going?
Yeah.
Okay. Which these two. Yeah, we're gonna switch them if she's not walking in here in the next minute. Linda, I think we're gonna go ahead and move you up. our 10 o'clock is not arrived, so we'll go ahead and do you first. Okay. So it'd be Linda Dalton, Director of the Palace Senior Center, special funding request. Yes, you did this morning. Thank you. We do have that.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the,
We might need to move the mic a little closer. They've got to record them and they're hard to hear.
okay,
Thanks.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission. Let me find my sheet here. I want to do a little bragging. One of our transportation drivers received Driver of the Year at the, sorry.
I'm sorry, I got them turned up
You can
as
pull
far
it
as they'll
you can
go.
pull it closer to you too, if you want.
It'll move.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So one of our transportation drivers received Driver of the Year at our local Y-Trans conference. That was in October of 23. He's the Driver of the Year for a year. We purchased a new 2023 transportation van through grants through State Lands and Investments, Federal Transit Authority, and YDOT. We took sixth place in the state YDOT bonus funds, so that was an additional 8,000 we got to use for our transportation program. Sorry. We also get funding from WSSB, which is Wyoming Senior Services Board. And this year we got an additional 19,035. Now the legislature passed through 200,000 for a biennium. So each year everybody's getting an additional 2,500. But the remaining 16,535 was due to the increase in numbers and services that we were providing. Sorry. We provided an additional 7,750 meals in this past 12 months. And through donations for our new senior center, we bought 2 acres of land, the VFW property over in Powell. We had the asbestos abatement done, and we're going to have that demolished starting this week sometime. I asked my receptionist to just give me a snapshot of 1 month. And she did. For March, we had 51 new clients. And then in the first 6 months of our current fiscal year, we provided 71,000 services. But those numbers did not include any Medicaid waiver or anybody under 65. So that takes us up to 82,000 services that we provide. Any questions?
No, we do have your application here. Congratulations on the new site for the building.
Thank you.
It's been a long haul in getting there, and your driver, but
Yeah.
new building is pretty exciting. Your approved amount last year was 55,
Mhm.
and you're requesting 60,000 for this year.
Yeah,
Okay, increase in costs and everything that's changed the last year.
yeah.
Any other thoughts, questions, concerns, from commissioners at this time?
Just one on the new building, what is projected right now, the cost on that?
We're having Kane Morris from Point Architect refigure that. But we think we're going to be still around 6 million because we don't have to take out trees. We don't have to, all the stuff that we had to do at the manor, we don't have to do that now.
Any other questions, thoughts today? As you know, we review these with our regular budget
Mhm.
while, and so we don't have an answer for you today.
Right.
But we do have your application and have an understanding of what you need.
Okay,
So
Thank you.
thank you.
thank you.
Linda.
Maybe just.
Okay. Tina, come on up. We kind of did, that's okay. We kind of did a switcheroo and I thought maybe you went to the wrong building if we were. Okay.
It's like, oh, she's gonna kill me, so I'm trying to email her and, oh, goodness gracious, do
No
I talk into this little thing or can you guys hear me?
No, that'll, we need to use it pretty much
Okay.
because of the recording, but, what we're looking at now is, a special funding request from youth clubs of Park County.
Good morning.
Good
Sorry
morning.
we're late. Please forgive us.
Yes.
You guys know what we do. You've been supporting us all these years, so I don't know what you want to hear from us. Other than, after COVID, we had a little bit of trouble trying to keep some quality staff. That's kind of slowly done a turnaround. If you would love to be able. She has a basic program. So, yes. Right. Questions? We have a grant. But they do an awesome job.
You know, how many years has it been since you did have to raise fees? You remember?
We had not raised them for many, many years until, was it 2 years, two years ago or 3 years ago? Because we had that summer for free. You guys
Right.
needed some additional funding for that, if you remember.
Mhm.
And after that, we just had, yeah, so it went to 100 that year for the summer. And then it's 75 through the winter.
Okay.
And of course, we don't turn a child away. And at one point, we had funds that some of the churches would give, and we would kind of earmark that to pay for those free scholarships that we were given. But we don't have any of those funds in reserve anymore. So
Okay.
if they come for free now, they literally come.
Free. Okay. Any questions from the board?
Just, Madam Chair, as far as, I know the school district's looking at changing their calendar around, do you give them any input or let them know that, yeah, this might put stress on our staff since you're shorthanded? Do you have any input to the school districts at all?
We've just told them that when they close, we will be open. So at this point, and I don't even know where that stands right now, Scott, to be honest. Have you heard anything?
I don't think they've decided, right? They just still have that June 4th as the.
Yeah.
But they're looking into change.
But I hear it does, you know, extending time and different times, it does put stress on parents. You know, what to do with kids, and you guys are the
Right,
option.
no,
for that.
when the schools are closed, we're open, so
Okay.
whatever they do, obviously, we would adjust our hours too if needed. But I mean, we're there till 7 anyway through the winter.
Besides grants and such, do you have any other fundraising that you do?
Well, we have the golf event coming up. We need golf teams. Do any of you guys golf? We'd love to see you in 2 weeks. In Powell.
See, I brought that up just so you can do an advertisement.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So we have the golf event. We did a mail out campaign, just kind of telling folks, and like you guys may have seen some of those letters that went out. We didn't get a whole lot, but it was just over 5,000. And that was from pretty small donations. I mean, it was quite a few people responded to that. And then, we were trying to do a concert, but that has kind of fallen to the wayside, correct? Christy Graham was trying to do that. And the band that she was trying to hook up with is already booked for this year. So it's on the agenda to maybe try for next year. So other than that, no, we just beg a lot. And the Department of Education is super good with those 21st century funds. We've been very fortunate and we've had that grant, but of course it can go away at any time.
So last year, the request or the approval was 15,000,
Okay, yep.
and this year requesting the
Well,
25,000.
we
So
were
let's see,
25 every
Right.
year, but we love whatever you
see
guys.
where it
give
goes.
us.
And you know the process.
I
It'll be
do.
us a little
Thank
while
you.
before we'll know what we can or can't do. And we'll get back with you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. And
Thank you.
again, we are so sorry.
Thank you.
I
No.
should really read all of these now.
She's just
Hopefully-
a stickler for time. She doesn't, there's
Well, I am too, so I didn't.
no tolerance.
Hopefully
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
get back in our real home here before real long. Yeah. Oh, God, I spent all last Friday on the golf course in Cody watching my grandson play. Oh, cold. Oh, almost as bad as Powell the week before. Oh, but he got third overall.
It's,
Yeah.
Zeke, it's not metals.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, because the Johnson boy, well, the two older Johnson boys graduated. So. I don't know, but make sure everybody gets ready here and then jump in. Finish signing some stuff. So. Joy will be working with us on this one, since our county commissioner. Proposed revised lease agreement.
So, Madam Chair, you may recall, in 2019, the board entered into a lease agreement with Verizon for an approximately 35-foot tower. The tower isn't really the subject of the agreement, the easement for the tower, and the lease of the Park County property where the tower will be sitting, that was the subject of the agreement. The tower was not built after it was permitted in 2019. The company is now interested in proceeding with the tower, and since their building permit expired, they need to get a new one. So when we went to issue the building permit, we recognized the property was a subdivision, and the subdivision had covenants that prevented the tower. So we are now looking at the property immediately to the south, which is owned by the county, right at the intersection of Diamond Basin and Carter Q Drive. And it was actually found out during the research for this that the cell tower company actually intended to be on this property, not the one in lot 9 of the subdivision. And so they are asking if the board is interested in renewing the lease to change the language to the correct property and also add 5 years to the term. Since the first 5 years of the first lease agreement have already passed, they would just like to make the amended lease agreement last another 5 years beyond the current 10-year lease. Some things of note, we did receive a building permit application for this tower, and I did provide you sort of the drawing for the tower, and I do have a question for you. Note that our rules say a minor utility use for a communication tower cannot be not more than 35 feet in height, and a minor utility use in this area would only require a building permit. The drawing on page 2 there, they show the tower being 35 feet, okay, and that's plus the small pedestal that it sits on that's a foot tall. So 35 feet, there is a lightning rod that will extend 5 feet higher. And as you can see, there appears to be an antenna structure in addition to that lightning rod that I think also may go above the 35 feet. So in addition to you identifying your interest in modifying the lease agreement, I would like you to let me know if this proposed design would fit the definition of a minor utility use, or if they would need to lower potentially that antenna attachment on the tower. It sort of looks like a grid in that picture. Or if it being at that elevation would still satisfy the 35-foot tower requirement. Including the lightning rod, the lightning rod also.
35 feet is 35 feet. I'm not gonna start down the road of what is considered structure and what's not considered structure.
So historically, we have not counted lightning rods, but this sort of antenna structure, I would argue, I would think might need to be considered.
I don't believe we've ever had a conversation about lightning rod.
Madam Chair, but I also agree, I have no doubt that the height is height.
Okay, And that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I had the board's understanding so I can let them know.
Anybody else have any comments as far as the height goes?
Okay. So if they were to lower this to that, with that understanding, what is the board's interest in amending the lease agreement and allowing them for placing the tower on the county property to the south of lot 9?
Here, I would entertain, yes, to the extent they modify the agreement. So. Correct. Legal description of the property, but if they're not on the current design of this tower.
Understood. Right.
Chance.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Other thoughts?
Just a question. Just, did we have, when this regulation came in, this 35 feet, something 35 feet,
I really have no idea.
so the regulation changed in the future. This is a regulation rising tower, all 35 feet. Get the process going. For this to actually be of any use to them. Maybe in the future change the regulation to 35 feet plus. Rounding antenna. Or just go 40 feet. Think of. Why, if they cut a couple of feet, yeah, fine. So they can use their lightning rod. But if we go to 35 feet with the lightning rod, does that stop them from actually doing the project? Oh,
And it may, I don't know the answer to that.
So we have a couple options. We can either make that motion and state that that's the way it's gonna be and make a decision on the lease. Or we can have Joy do a little more research with them to find out the effects of those changes on our part.
Madam Chair, it would be helpful. Amendment, correction, legal description, and extend the contract 35 years.
5.
5 years, 5 years, 35.
They'll take 35.
5 feet tall. Yeah. Provided they keep the overall height of 35 at 35 or up.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to correct the legal description, add 5 years to the existing contract, provided that the height of the tower can be kept at 35 feet or more. The overall height. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. The next thing on our agenda is Washlager consideration of penalties. This has been brought back to the county commissioners on a situation that we've been watching outside of Powell. I believe there are some people here to speak to it. Mr. Washlager and Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Colin Simpson and Bruce Walschlager. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, yesterday, I believe you should have received an email with the photos. And I would just like to walk you through those a little bit. The first ones are Bruce Walschlager pictures taken Friday, May 3rd, 2024, that looks like this. with kind of long shots from the road up to the hill. And these photos in the top one, I think you're probably pretty familiar. Those tops of the sheds are up on the top of that, way back up there. The ones that are relevant to Mr. Wolfslager specifically, this one's and so of these vehicles. But this one right there on the hill, you can see just the dots that are the top of the sheds that are on top of the hill. So the second page are the sheds that are still up there. And then on page 2, the top photo of the sheds, the bottom photo is that you can see from the road up onto the hillside, which is where those sheds are located. Page 3, same view, the top photo, you can see very little, and then the bottom photo on page 3 is actually what's left of the sheds, wood that will be burned. A few campers, and then page 4 are views of up on the hill. See, I believe there's been a substantial cleanup. Page 5 are is down below the SWAT or at the bottom of it's and so it's big 6 top photo. The photo of the vehicles just shows a number of vehicles that have been removed. 34 cars have been moved to Billings and crushed. 7 campers have been removed, 2 trailer houses, semi-van and trailer, and 5 other vehicles. Several of the vehicles that are left have fairly minor fixes, mechanical fixes that Mr. Wolfslager will do. He continues to try and do as much as he can with Wendell Walker, who's also here. And I've met with him, I think, 3 times over the last couple months to try and address these issues and make sure that they're meeting what the county is requesting them to do, or Mr. Wolfslager to do, since he's the property owner. I know Mr. Wolfslager has a brain injury. I'm aware of what's happened with him. I work with a lot of brain injured people. Many of my clients have brain injuries from accidents. And the issue with the inspection of the property, I believe, came down to his confusion about what was actually said. And I listened to the audio recording to the extent I could hear anything. But I did gather that Madam Chairman suggested that, they could view from the top of the hill. And then there was further discussion, Commissioner Stewart, and it kind of morphed into what I took to mean it'll be an inspection of the entire property, but I understand how Mr. Wolschlager did not hear that or did not comprehend that. He doesn't have his hearing aids today. He didn't have them then. I'm not sure why you don't have them, but since then, lots of work has been done. He has a significant problem bending over. Can you relate what happens to yourself when you're bending over or trying to do something below level?
Just go Hayes down, I go Wendell, he's verified, he caught me at different times. I cannot bend over or pick anything heavy. Otherwise it just starts, and stress is bad. So a combination of all this heavy hard work and stress, I'm probably gonna have to go back in. Might have to have more surgery, but I gotta quit. Slow up.
So, Madam Chairman, because of the substantial progress that has been made, and then the other photos show surrounding properties that also have, we believe, look worse than this Wolschlager's, but there is still work to be done up there. I don't think a fine will help that endeavor. I know these guys have been working hard because they've reported to me, and I would appreciate it if you'd give them some additional time to do that, or just not fine them because they have made substantial progress. $8,000. Well, I have a file of the cost of crushing, and do you make any money off the vehicles that are crushed? Why? So
I'll check people up there, the fuel cost is just about the same as I get them. It's costing me.
And Madam Chairman, we'd stand for any questions.
Madam Chair, you understand our situation when we thought we had an agreement and all of a sudden the agreement was changed while we sent somebody out into the field to do this inspection. And you understand our concern, correct? That we had sent somebody out there to take a look at this property, and then you refused that person to be on that property, and they actually felt, our planning and zoning department felt very uncomfortable being there.
But I still supposed to come up and take pictures of the perimeter up on top and not go down into where nothing could be seen from the road. And then he come after me and backed me into a vehicle and threatened me. So then the sheriff stepped in and told him to leave.
Yes, sir.
I disagree with that statement.
Yes.
Spoken to officers there, they said our planning and zoning was no way aggressive. And if they were asked to leave, they left. That's when the officers there. So I disagree with that statement. I would also say that the agreement was we would go out there, video the property, and then we would come back on a later date to video the property. So, Mr. Simpson, since you're here, I believe don't have brain injury. Will you allow us to take the pictures from the planning and zoning, go back on the property, the entire property? And us, and maybe one of us commissioners too, are the ones who be making that decision, are the ones who are there.
I'm sorry. Oh. He's suggesting that I don't have a brain injury. Would you agree with that? What he's suggesting is that, would you allow planning and zoning to go back out there and video the property so they could have a proper view of it?
Simpson, I'm suggesting that we take the pictures previously by planning zone. A couple of us commissioners are gonna be making a decision. We view the property.
That the commissioners themselves go view the property with the prior photos so they can see before and after and see if substantial progress is being made. Do you have any problem with that proposal? Do you understand what they're proposing?
Take more pictures.
Yeah, and go out and view it themselves of all of the property
With the law enforcement presence.
with law enforcement present. You agree with that? And we had offered, suggested, when are you coming back out? And the response, there was some confusion about what was responded to and what, but.
Well, there was no confusion on my part. Because the initial agreement was we come out. And take pictures of the property in order to judge and gauge how much progress was made. So if we don't have pictures of the property. That we wanted to have in the first place, we have no way, there's no sense in going back out there, because you can't judge how much progress was made. And so I can understand why there was, until we got to this point, why there was some reluctance to go back out.
Right,
Doesn't make any sense.
and we offered to come on back out, and the response was, we're not going out there. So if you're asking now, yes, we want you back out to view the property and to see what's been done.
Kim did take, pictures.
Well, they have the photos, and they'll be able to compare those with what they view, and you're okay with that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm Chair. Colin, are we to call you and set that up? Is that the best way to do that?
I would ordinarily say yes, but I'm gonna be gone on a family vacation for a lot of the rest of the month. So you contact, David Hill in my office. Well, when would you propose to do it? Soon as possible. Well, I don't need to be there. And if law enforcement's there, David Hill in my office, I will advise him and he can take it from here. If you're all right with that.
Joy?
So what, did you hear what she said? Okay, what, Bruce, do you need to access any other adjoining property to access the top of the hill?
No, you can actually come up my driveway, come up the hill. Some of the stuff was done on the neighbor's property, which they gave me permission.
Okay. But it can be accessed and viewed without going on anybody else's property.
Yeah, you come up and there's a yellow stake there. That's the property line going across.
And you have permission to use that area?
Yeah.
What is your thought process then on timing? When are you leaving? Oh, I mean, I know we could use Dave. Oh, good. Okay. So we can use David.
Yes.
We need to. Okay. So I guess, a few of the commissioners can have a discussion on who wants to make that trip. And we'll plan that with David and Mr. Wolfswager.
I'll be in touch through this week, so if an email goes out, I can certainly get that.
Anything else from the commissioners at this time on this issue? We're glad you've made some progress. We just need to be able to keep moving.
Plan was, yeah, because I got it sold.
Okay,
So as soon as I could get everything off there, I got it sold.
okay,
Don't need it. That's too far away.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening and your consideration.
Okay.
Take care.
I'll go and, I mean, I'm 13th and 16th. I'm available. Monday and Wednesday. If you want me along.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suggest we still search for access.
Just to make sure what we see on the aerials.
Um, sorry.
Yes, because if you read the rest of the regulation that has to do with the salvage yard, that is not allowed in that zoning district. That's the other regulation that planning and zoning is looking at. It is considered a salvage yard with so many things and so much stuff, and that is not allowed. So if there's more than one thing going with you. It is, and she read it, it's pretty. Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Me and I, 13 at 9 o'clock.
and will you get your own law enforcement? Back up, okay, the 13th, 9 o'clock. And do you want to contact David or do you want?
I will.
Okay.
You said you can sit down.
You want me to stand back up?
Okay. Okay, let me get organized. I think we'll move forward. The next thing on our agenda is Lena Dooley, Dooley, okay, sorry. Crisis Intervention Services, special funding request. Thank you.
So, hi, my name's Elena. I'm the Assistant Director of Crisis Intervention. Crisis Intervention, we are the domestic violence, sexual assault and stalking agency here in Park County. We've got an office here in Cody, and we also have our office in Powell. Every year, we serve approximately 400 clients and their children. Some of the services that we offer are a 24-hour crisis line, 24-hour face-to-face crisis intervention, 911 response to scenes of crimes with law enforcement presence, and we also respond to area hospitals as well. We provide legal advocacy, we help with protection orders, we attend criminal hearings on behalf of our clients. We offer our clients transportation to court, to doctor's appointments, to job interviews, pretty much wherever they need to go, we try and get them to. We also provide supervised visits. We've been very busy with those this year. So far this fiscal year, we've already done 48 supervised visits. So that keeps us very, very busy. We also have our shelter in Powell. That's our 3-bedroom, 9-bed shelter. Since 2020, our shelter services have increased to 900%. So we're here today, we're asking for $12,000 from Park County for general operating funds and as a cash match for our federal funding. We intend to use the Park County funds for salaries, taxes, benefits, as well as for our on-call stipend for our 24-hour crisis line. We also use those funds for facility maintenance and public outreach. This year, we would also like to be able to purchase a client database system to keep better track of our statistics and use that for grant reporting as well. So we would like to purchase that going forward. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess you just gave us kind of the justification for 12,000 this year instead of the 11,000 last year.
Yes.
So it's up 5,000. Any comments, questions, thoughts?
Madam Chair, Elena, tell us about some of the other fundraising.
We have several other fundraisers that we do. June 29th, we have our annual golf tournament coming up in Powell. That'll be an 8 a.m. shotgun start. We also send out several appeals during the year. One that I'm actually getting ready to do tomorrow is send out our Mother's Day appeal. And that's a letter with a client story appealing for, donations. We also send our board Christmas letter out between Thanksgiving and Christmas every year. We also have our annual holiday craft fair at the Cody Auditorium. That's always the Saturday before Thanksgiving. So here in just about 2 months, I'll be gearing up, getting ready to send out applications for that. Those are our main fundraisers that we do throughout the year.
I know you're also working on the facility here in Cody.
Yes, we are. We,
Is that coming?
our executive director, Lisa, has been busy doing grant writing, trying to get our Cody facility renovated. I know we're in the process of receiving bids right now. So I'm not exactly sure where that stands at the moment. But yes, that is a project that we're working diligently on.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
I'm sure I would just like to add, I mean, my previous life with press intervention is so valuable to law enforcement. Help and intervene in domestics, being there to help us. So it's very valuable. Thank you for you.
Thank you.
With this process, today is informational and we will work with it toward our budget. And as we finalize the budget, we will let you know as soon as we know what we're going to be able to do.
Great. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, commissioners, we are done until 1:15.
That's what I've got to do. I've been to town.
Hey, where you ran into Rob?
Well, and I was, it's getting feed.
Yeah, that's what he said, yeah.
Get corn for the kidders.
six. Either of them, like 15. If it's age, they can't have age structures. Tower,
He's working on.
Is everybody ready?
I'm ready.
Yes, uh-oh, I guess we can get going then.
Well, he's ready, then we're ready.
It don't really make it mean a hell of a lot.
So the next thing on our agenda today, Jackie Pills, Park County Court Supervised Treatment Program for their special funding request.
Yes. It's nice to see you all again. You probably all already know this, but I am no longer the director of drug court. I got out again. We'll see what happens. But Jackie is our new director of our drug court
Congrats.
program. Thank you. Yes. So recently, like 2 weeks-ish. So, yeah, 2-3 weeks. So, I'm still involved. I'm on the board of directors. As the board president right now. And so I'm here to kind of. Because Jackie, well, confident of what she's doing. I'm just watching. Anyway, appreciate you guys having us again today. So you can see from our application, we're requesting the same amount that we have since 2002. So nothing has changed. There's clearly funding wise, nothing that has changed. Our primary funding source is still drug court grant through the state of Wyoming, which requires a 5% match. And so our match is always historically provided by county, cities, and county. And so currently, county has provided 12,000 historically since we started. City of Cody has provided 8,000 and City of Cal 5,000. So that's kind of what we've been doing consistently across the board. And then, of course, you guys also help us with location. Back in the day, that new house, I think, was originally remodeled for the purpose of treatment court. And now we're upstairs, which is a great space as well. So that part hasn't changed. We submitted the only thing that is changing is the drug court program has always been housed under the Department of Health. And now they have changed that, and starting July 1, it's moving over to the judicial branch. So we don't know what's going to happen yet. So we've sent in our grant request for this year. Normally we have had an answer by now. Our funding, it's a per person slot that we've been funding. And normally we go back sooner, but now said May 15th. So I don't know how much but we requested for 20 slots. We average for 20 to 25 people. Both Powell and Cody treatment site, both in Powell and Cody.
And we did do 6 extra spots.
Yes,
For the
which
next.
is wonderful, because again, historically, we run 22, 24 people, and we get funded for 16.
Yeah.
17. And I think that's just the nature of how it is in the state. The pot was not as big as the programs that was. So that's going to be good. And I don't anticipate anything to be different in the result of Springs. I think the funding will be kind of the same.
It's just an unknown at this point.
It's an unknown, yeah. I mean, it would be great if they revise the funding point at some point, but for now, it's the same persons I've been since 2006. So our ask is the same as every year. We'll put it toward the same thing that we do every year, just to support programming. As you can see, it works.
Yes.
Jackie right here.
Questions, thoughts? We can't let Jackie get off that easy.
No, all questions are to Jackie. I'm gonna be grading. I'm over here grading.
Well,
Not this time.
I think we're okay, to understand the process here. Jackie will take this under advisement, as we work on our budget. Then we'll let you all know what we're gonna be able to do as far as special funding. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Sandy and them are on their way. They forgot we changed the meeting location. Did you tell him?
Well, I told you, James asked me where it was. And I told him.
He must not have told her, but anyway,
Well,
they'll be here.
good.
Yeah, they still got time.
That's kind of the problem. Ability. Can't remember what the guy's name was in Vegas, but there's like about 10 of them in Vegas with the same name. And it was a brother and Elvis Presley who died like third. And all these Elvis impersonators put on his name. That's what this guy was. She agreed to do her wedding with Elvis, but now she can't get a hold of him.
Oh my.
I could try.
Get a hold of him or be Elvis. Be Elvis.
Okay.
You went by too fast.
Yes. It's just update. Well, so we can. This is.
That's the secret one, right?
I don't know if I have. I don't need If you don't have enough.
You can't read math.
Oh, no, that's why.
Just giving you, it's just something kind of see.
No, Scott, that's wrong.
It's beautiful country.
They're just.
Zero. But it was funny.
Oh, 30 years back.
Were you just out at the site?
Been there since 8:30 this morning. It's not a day clock, shoot. Trust.
Okay, we're a few minutes early, but I think we can go ahead if everybody's ready. So this is our agenda item with the commissioners for a discussion on the state shooting complex project. So we have James Plesson and Sandy Newsom. Just an update on where the committee's at and then wherever that goes from there.
Right in my speech.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and start. I met with, the Office of State Lands.
What's the mic, Sandy, if you would,
I'm sorry.
please? That's all right.
Talk, is it on?
I think so. Green.
You gotta
Supposed to be green?
You gotta bring it close to you.
Okay. I visited with the State Lands, Office of State Lands and Investment the end of April. And, asked them about this site. And they gave me a lot of paperwork because it has a grazing lease. And so we would need to get with the leasee and come to an agreement about the use of the land. And as well as compensate them for the lack of use that they would have at certain times of the year. So we have that paperwork in place. Also talked with state parks and they are willing to take on the shooting range as a state park. And so they would take over, they would have their staff, they would potentially run the place. Because it would be a state park, they could put that in their budget. And then once it's approved, it goes in their standard budget, which is just the amount that they kind of always get. And would be less likely to be adjusted or cut because it's in their standard budget. Dave Glenn, Director of State Parks, had a lengthy discussion with him and we'll have more discussion with him on May 13th. When he will be here. Our Travel Recreation Wildlife Committee meeting is May 14th and 15th here in Cody. We'll be meeting out at the Game and Fish Building. And so expansion of state parks is one of our interim topics. And so this fits there.
So, first I apologize for my dress. I'm not normally dressed this way. We spent the entire morning out there in the wind, evaluating the site. We brought a gentleman, named Travis Gibson, runs a company called MGM Targets out of Boise, Idaho. I don't believe he came with Glenn. Travis has designed literally hundreds of shooting ranges, shooting complexes, did some consulting work on Cameo, Ben Avery and some others. And so these are the ones that the state's looking at as the premier examples of what they want to do. And so we felt it was worthwhile having him help us conceptualize it, not design it, but conceptualize what could happen out there. I think his visit this morning was probably summarized with the word wow. We've got 2,050 acres that is all in the confines of the map that you have in front of you. I'm gonna flip this one around maybe so I can visualize a few things. Just to get you kind of pointed, if you can see those little, thank you, Vanna. If you can see how that arranges on your particular sheet, points 1 and 2 are the north boundary of that. Far to the east of that is where the Gypsum Hall Road comes in, where Grady Jackson mines gypsum for certainty. It's about a mile away from the northeast corner of the property. And then what we are intending to do is up in that northeast corners, that's where we would build our welcome center. That's where people would enter the facility. And the way we've envisioned that is that we'll put things like our pistol bays or the berms
that will be in that vicinity. So will also the trap shooting, the skeet shooting, and the Olympic skeet shooting that we propose to put in there. So that'll all happen up in this upper corner. So what we're going to do is have people, if you can imagine this as a golf course where people will come in, they'll park, they'll come in, say, I want to go shoot the skeet range. I want to go shoot the sporting clays. I want to go shoot the Olympic skeet. They've got these magical little cards now that you can go out and you plug the card in and it will count how many targets are thrown for you. And you pay per target. So it's much like golf. You get in a little cart and you go out to that spot and you shoot. And you come back in and you pay your bill. And so it's kind of a self-service thing, because while the state has expressed an interest in providing some employees, they're going to maybe provide 3 employees at 40 hours a week. And we're going to be open from 7 in the morning until 6:30 at night during the season. And that's not 120 hours worth of employees. It's quite a few more. That's like 280 hours worth of time that we'd need to cover. So we're going to have to figure out a local way to make this work. And one of the ways we think we can make it work is by having these automated systems and treating it much like a golf course. So let me talk a little bit about the site is all state land. As Sandy has indicated, the state is willing to accept it as a state park. That would be part of a piece of legislation that would be concurrent with the designation as the state shooting complex, assuming that we are going to be named that. We're going to act like we are going to win it. That'll all happen at the same time. So it'll be designated as a state park, and then we'll go into our construction and development during the course of 2025, so we can open in 2026. As you all remember, the state legislation provided $10 million for the design and the construction of this facility. And so again, if we're fortunate enough to be named as the site, then that will start immediately upon signature by the governor on that legislation. Where we're at today is we're finishing up our RFP. That RFP is due on June 3rd. It'll be our final proposal. It'll include not only the response to the questions about the site and the operation and maintenance, the governance structure, and what your community can do to support it. They're also going to ask us for a very detailed business plan. Now, we finished the first blush of that last Friday. My committee's looking at that and evaluating how we can tweak it and modify it. I'm an optimist. I think you've probably seen that. I think right now we have the best site, bar none. And I think we have a business plan that nobody else can touch. I think we have some opportunities because of our community to be able to do things that no other community in the state can do. And so I'm extremely confident that when they look at their scoring matrix and the 4 categories that they're pursuing, we're going to win 2 of them hands down, and the other ones are, if there's a dead wash, we still win.
Hey, James, sorry to interrupt, but could you just, for everyone else, can you talk about that scoring matrix? The
Little bit.
Components of it real quick.
Yeah, the way that they categorized it, and Glenn might have to help me out here, but 32% of the scoring is for the site, the actual site itself, and how pretty it is and how big it is and all of the features of it. There's going to be a section that's, the next section is going to talk about the amenities of the community, and that's about 22%. And that's what your community offers besides just the shooting range. How many hotels do you have? How many restaurants do you have? What else can people do besides shoot? Okay, I think we might do pretty well in that category, just to say. The next piece is the what they called the future, your business plan. Can you provide a business plan that supports the fact that you can make this thing work? That's 27% of the points, and then the remaining, the draw. Tell me what that is. I'm losing that. The reason for people to come. Okay, yeah, so there's 2 different amenities. Is can you support the people that come, and the second one is the draw. Why would people want to come here? And so obviously with these little features like Yellowstone and the Buffalo Bill Center of the West puts us in really good stead. So as we've said and you've heard, we've got this to lose. This is our project. If we cross all the I's, dot all the T's, and make sure we've taken care of everything. And boy, I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of things to take care of as far as the land. I'll return to that now. This property is all state owned. It's all under a lease. with the Hoodoo Ranch Corporation. We've had conversations, quite a few conversations with those folks. And they are amenable to working with us to make this happen. We're doing the best that we can to avoid doing too much disruption of it so that they'll still be able to graze it all. It'll just change their season of use. During our peak season, they're probably not going to be able to run 500 cows out there like they do, but they can certainly do it during the course of the winter and the early spring. Trust me, there's not going to be any shooting contests out there today. So with that particular site, as we said, turn it into a state park and recreation area, set up and establish our welcome facilities. And then Travis Gibson is helping us kind of lay out where things make the most sense. And the thing that was compelling today about our conversation is if you look at that map and you go from the corner on the northwest side, I'm going to see how directionally challenged people are, to the corner on the southeast side, and you draw a line across there, there's a ridge that runs right down the middle of that. Pretty much everything to the west of that line, the only thing we'll do is build a road that you can take an ATV and access it. There won't be a whole lot of disruption to that property for a couple of reasons. One, we don't need to do anything over there. Maybe we'll take a portable toilet or two over there once in a while when there's an event. But we're in what they call the core area for sage grouse in one little section of that. And we don't want to interfere with that. We don't want this to be a hard stop for what we're doing. We can walk around, we can shoot, we can do all kinds of things, but we put as you say, a blade in the ground, that changes things, and that's going to invoke the game and fish having to make a determination of what occurs there. Most of the development will happen on the east side of the property, and that's where we'll have the sporting clays, the trap and skeet, the Olympic skeet and trap, the pistol bays, and the things that sporting clays is another piece that'll end up on that east side of the property. Just to talk a minute about who we're looking to utilize this facility, who we're building this for. The state has always stated that they want to bring competitions to the state. Okay, they look maybe 12 to 15 major competitions, 300, 400, 500 people attending these events and shooting for 3 or 4 days. Now, what they've said in their proposal, it wasn't our proposal, it's what they said, is that from their investigation, a 300-person shoot for 4 days in a community will generate about $3 million in revenue to the community, not necessarily to the facility, but to the community. And that's in hotels and meals and all the other stuff that they spend money on. What's good about that from our perspective is that they're only going to be shooting for 3 or 4 days. And we think we have enough things to keep them here for an additional 2 or 3. So the economic impact of this thing could be $50, $60 million at the low end, and it could exceed $100 million easily. And we'll work on some of those numbers as time goes on. So we're going to look at that competition market because it's what the state prioritized. We're going to look at how other people in the community can use it. We're working with the Cody Shooting Complex to talk about how we can do some kind of a shared or reciprocity of membership, so that if you're a member out there, you can be a member out there. It's going to cost a little more, but people will work together. And that's important for us as the state shooting complex, because that membership represents a pool of people who can help run the events, because it'll take about 40 people to manage most of the events that are operated. And that's coming directly from the Cameo manager, that if you've got 40 good people, that's better than 120, that really don't know what's going on. So we want to work really hard with that. So membership is another component of our revenue structure. The third piece is going to be the day use, people that would use it on a daily basis. Now, one of the things that we think we have the opportunity to do because of the number of people that come through Cody is we have the ability to advertise and promote that if you want to come by and shoot sporting clays at a world-class shooting complex, you can do that here. It happens at Cameo, it happens at Ben Avery, it happens at Clark County in Las Vegas, all of the other events. That there are a traveling group of people who are hunters and shooters and even competitive shooters while they're traveling. They're going to go tune up and they'll go shoot someplace different. Just like I'm a golfer. When I go to Las Vegas, guess what? I go play the Stallion Course or the Desert Sunrise. I go find these places because I want to go do and experience something different. Well, that's what the shooters will do as well. And we have a few in the community that have told us that they do that. So there's the three different revenue streams that we have. And what's magic about it to us is that we really believe that having those, that three basic sources of revenue is going to give us the ability to not only meet the costs, but to exceed the costs, actually make money with this facility managed correctly. So with that, did you want to add anything, Glenn?
Just, James is an optimist and he's pretty optimistic. I'm a pessimist and I'm pretty optimistic. I don't know if that adds any value, but I am optimistic about it and what it will do for the community if we all pull together and get this done. And I think that must be part of the reason we're here is talk about pulling together. So leave it at that.
There you go. Mr. Pessimist, okay. I think what will be really interesting and what has been interesting to watch is the dynamic group of individuals that have come around this project. I think if I was to publicly disclose all the people that were involved, that would surprise most of you as to the diversity of the group, people who have not been friends in the past or friends now, because we have a common mission and we all have a passion to see this thing get done. So what I need to visit with you about today is we have some needs. I mean, one of the things we talked about, I wasn't here, but I think the mayor and Sandy and Lee spoke to you about the upfront costs, what it's taken us to put this together. We're paying for some engineering, we're paying for some preliminary design. We put a budget together that I think was distributed to you a little while back. We were asking the different entities in the community to pitch up as much as $5,000 to make this happen. Park County Travel has pitched in, Forward Cody's pitched in. The city of Cody is still in discussions of that, but I believe they're going to do the same. And so I would make that as my first ask for the day. The second thing is a conversation about access to the property. As I said, the road's a pretty good road to get you to the gypsum plant, but there's about a mile, roughly a mile to get you to the site and to the Welcome Center. It might be 1.25 miles. I would like to respectfully ask the Park County Commission to consider being the donor of that road, actually constructing that road for that, to your county standards, to allow motor coaches, RVs, and general traffic to be able to access this site. I can't tell you what that would cost to do. I think Brian Edwards would be much better suited to do so. But I'd like to see if that, as a group, we'd like to see if the county would be willing to do that, and then to offer to do the maintenance on that road from now on. Okay. And again, I want to remind you the potential economic impact of this project and what it would mean to our community as a whole. And my last little ask, my third little ask is these beautiful little maps that we've created. I was able to talk really nicely to Joy Guanyan at the GIS department, and she just went like that and they popped out of the printer. And so I wanted to just make sure that that was okay, that I talked to her about the creation of some maps and documents for this project. So with that, I would take any or all questions.
I have one to start with. We didn't really go over it too much, but the amenities wise, water and power.
Great. Glad you asked that question. So Glenn has been in conversations with Rocky Mountain Power, and we believe the best source of power is from the Park County landfill. There's a regular line just north of there. It's about $250,000 build to bring power to where our location would be. There is a power line that runs right by the gypsum plant, but it's a little bit more power than we can trap. It's a big transmission line, so we can't utilize that. Water is an interesting question because we had a gentleman named Mark Fisher help us with the water study when we were a little farther north, and we were looking at having to drop a 600-foot well into a formation that's been proven with some of the cattle water development in the past. But because we're now on the other side of the hill and there's an anticline there, I don't remember what they call it, but that whole thing folded and shifted. We actually have a well on BLM within 1/4 of a mile of where our final center will be. that is only 100 foot deep and produces 25 gallons a minute of water. So what I have, Leanne Ryder's working with Mark Fisher to determine the quality of the water first. They're using it for stock water, so I'm guessing it's probably got 3,000 or 4,000 parts per million total dissolved solids. That can be purified for use for sanitation, for flushing toilets and things like that. I think what you'd find, as most people don't drink water out of a faucet anywhere anyhow. So for potable water, we'll probably make accommodation for people with bottled drinking water, or we'll bring water in for purposes of drinking water. That's a great question.
Curious. What else?
James, who's the property surface owner of that mile to mile and a quarter road that's coming in?
It's BLM,
It's
Lloyd, and we've talked with
and
Cade
the
Powell.
timeline, if this were to go through, the only reason I bring this up, I just spent last week going through a NEPA training. And the time period that it could take
Mhm.
to get that, even if we agreed to the help with the construction or take the ownership, it could take years, if you will. I know it doesn't sound great, but to get through the environmental part.
Certainly. And when I talked with Cade about this very thing, and I believe Glenn has as well, we're looking to follow the existing road.
There is an okay.
Yes, yeah. So what we would still be required to do is to do an archaeological and cultural resources survey. They say that's about 100-day process at the outside, unless they find something. That's always the wild card that exists. I kind of doubt that we would see anything there, but we'll let them make that determination. But he thought within 100 days, we could actually go ahead and try to do that over the course of this summer in anticipation. We're supremely confident we're going to win this thing, but I don't know that I would want to invest the money to do that to begin with. I'm sure we'll have to pay some of that. We'll wait till that's completed. But I don't believe that full NEPA is going to be required. And we asked the state that question directly. Any of the improvements we do will be to roads that are already there, maybe some small offsite things, but I don't think that's going to be as big of an issue. What I've learned in the last 6 hours is that the ground disturbance that will occur here is significantly less than we anticipated it would be. We don't need to do as much as we thought we would need to do, based on this expert's opinion.
Good chair. James, are you looking at a paved road then?
Sure, if that's what you're.
Oh, we're talking about $1 million a mile.
Yeah.
Hey.
Really?
Opposed to, yeah, gravel.
So no, we were thinking of improved gravel, just exactly what's there right now. Enough that 2 cars can meet without having to pull off the road. Meet county road standards for a gravel road. Improved gravel road is what we
You mentioned the competition. Do you know what other people are putting together? Do you got some insight in that and how you feel that we're far ahead of the competition right now, other communities?
I can't really say for real. I mean, I'm an optimist, and
Somebody on the inside.
and I'm never going to take on a game I don't think I can win, right? And so we as a committee feel really confident we've got a beautiful site. We've seen the other 8 sites because they were part of the pre-proposals. Okay, and we've heard from different sources what people are looking to do and how they're looking to do it. And let's just say one of the priorities we heard from the state was they want diversity of topography. They want something that's not just a big flat field. We've got that in spades. Yeah, they talk about a thing called the wow factor. Now, that's beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but I can tell you, when you drop into this site, it's wow, because you get a view of Carter, Issaquah Mesa, Jim Mountain, Pat O'Hara, Cedar Rattlesnake, Hart Mountain. And if we build our center in the right spot, we can actually look at the Bighorns too. So you got a 270-degree panorama that's pretty wow. We think that we can do it from that standpoint. We got a community that sees 800,000 people a year. It's a go-to destination for a lot of people, including not just the park, but the museum as well. So that's going to matter. That's going to really matter when we start talking about, especially the day use piece. The people are coming through to see the museum, to see the firearms museum, and then might also want to go shoot around out at the course. the course, we call it the course,
One of the
walk and
things
stuff.
you didn't mention, I guess, James, or I didn't hear you talk about, you talked about going out into that western area.
Mhm.
And Sagegrass area and that kind of thing, but what we didn't talk about that came up at the state committee meeting that I attended was they're looking for a 1,000-yard range, if I said that right, or things like that, that are much different than what you're talking about with skeet shooting and that stuff up in the corner.
Yeah.
So those are the areas that you're talking about using the long range are out there.
And another great question, because what's really amazing about this particular site is everything west of that division line. When you look towards the west and you're shooting into a hillside across the valley, it's 1,700 yards, it's 2,000 yards. We can probably stretch out to maybe as much as 3. But what I will tell you is that, you know, the market for extreme long range shooting is pretty small. And we can't we can't utilize acreage for something that's not going to bring us some return.
But yes.
Mhm.
That is the area.
Okay.
State
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe a target or two, but not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Logging.
Right.
Building.
Okay. Okay.
And the good part, I mean, if you want to know what a target is, it's a steel T-post.
Right.
With a metal plate on it. That's what it is. So there's not a lot of disturbance involved there.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative.
Yep.
Take care. Okay.
Yep.
Commissioner?
Sir.
Madam Chair. So you said how you working with Hoodoo on what to do there and all that. We're essentially looking at turning, what, 2,000 acres into a state park?
Yep.
Is there any consideration about the people who also recreate out there? Is it gonna take away their recreation?
It will, and especially during that peak season of the shooting, and we'll have to first fence the entire property. And we're going to have to denote that there's active shooting going on in that particular area, just like you've had to do with the Cody shooting complex out here.
My fear is if you turn this into state parks, I'm one that has heartburn with state parks because charging to use public land. So my question is, and I know what the answer is, it's gonna landlock all that out for recreators with motorcycles and bicycles, correct?
There's still quite a bit in the area that they can recreate on the BLM and such, but I think for their safety, they're not going to want to be traveling out there.
Right, but what I'm saying is I support the idea of
Mhm.
complex, but that's gonna essentially landlock a lot of those recreators because there's some areas, the only way to get through there is through that state park or that state land.
I think there's going to be some people that there are going to be some losses in the course of this, and that's just one of those things. I'm not sure how to answer that any differently.
Well, I know the answer because I know how this works.
Yeah. You know, the state's obligated to come up with the highest and best use for their school sections, you know, to support the school. And as they've talked to us about it, they are certainly subscribed to the whole idea of a state shooting complex. And if they choose this site, then it's because they've chosen that this is the highest and best use of that. And hopefully the people that want to recreate in that way, you know, can use areas adjacent to that, and maybe they can pick up a bow or a firearm and come out and use this facility as well.
Madam Chair, just on the road, we're gonna dive into it and get more detailed, a lot more detailed costs. But the preliminary figures I got from Brian Edwards are probably between 750,000 and $1 million to bring that road up to county standards. I didn't broach the subject yet with the rest of the commissioners about whether we want to take on the quarter-mile going on into the facility or not. I mean, I think we need to get some costs associated with this. But I'm very supportive of, as one commissioner, one of 5, of making that our contribution to the shooting complex.
Thank you.
Can I speak on that, Lee, or just say something? I just wanted to add, I think it's really critical and really important. So I really value that you guys are willing to look at that, because the state has been clear that the community they need to see community support, community buy-in, both in terms of letters and opinions, and then also monetary, right? So we're going to have to kind of pull together. This would be a huge part of that and would show that our community is well behind us. Because what that does then is it leverages that 10 million, right? And frees it up to then build a better site and a better complex. And they're leveraging these local monies and local support and fundraising. And we got all kinds of ideas to do in addition to what you're talking about locally, to raise monies too and sponsorships. But it would just be, it would really help us with the application, I think, to compete against other communities. If you're able to do that.
I think one of the biggest negatives that I've heard, at least with this being passed around the county some over the last few months, is they don't want a permanent commitment that's gonna end up being the county or the city footing the bill over the next years. You know, like we ended up with the recreation center, everybody voted on it, we got it done, but we're still supplementing it 500,000 a year. They don't want to see that happen. So with the state park taking most of the management, you mentioned there's still some issue with employees or possible time frame and stuff there. You talked about, or the other day, I had a conversation with Sandy about possibly a joint powers board that can work that other end of it. Is that still a possibility to make sure that we are not in a situation where we are going to need to supplement this beyond the road thing? I don't have a problem with the road thing if we can get it done, but I don't want a continual cost to the county if we can get around that.
So I've heard that from this commission individually and even collectively. I've heard that from my board of directors. I've heard that from the Park County Travel Council Board of Directors. So that's everyone's concern, is that we have to have a business plan that shows that this thing can pay for itself. Now, we're really blessed that we have a state that's willing to put that much capital into the project. And we think if we can manage it correctly, and especially after having our discussion today, the amount of work that we're going to have to do out there is way less than what we had anticipated. And so that's to our benefit. But I think the onus is on us to, with this business plan, prove that we can do what we say we can do. We're taxpayers too. We don't want to have to support a facility that doesn't support itself. But I certainly believe that what I've seen with some of the initial numbers, I think that we have that ability to do that. But the Joint Powers Board, I did not mention that. That's a conversation of how we would have a governance structure. I think there's some tremendous value locally to have some say in what's going on with this particular facility. If we make it a state park and it's managed out of Cheyenne or Laramie or wherever, that takes a little of our, control or involvement out of the picture. And so what we would envision is a Joint Powers Board that you would appoint that would include somebody from Game and Fish, somebody from state parks, people from the shooting industry, people from the community that have an interest in maintaining a progressive and maybe even aggressive shooting complex to really go after as many events as we can, because that's where the rubber hits the road with this thing. Is if we can run 15 events that generate that kind of revenue, that's a win for all of us in the community. The funny thing is we've learned that the complex doesn't make a bunch of money off of the competitions. The people want to come in and pay $5 a day to shoot, and that's what they're conditioned to do. So there isn't some huge amount that comes to the complex. We'll get a payment for the use of the facility. But what happens is that spin-off, that ancillary benefit that comes to the hotels and the restaurants and all of the community, that's a win. That's a win for us. So that's why we have to have some other components like this membership, like people that use it all the time.
To that point, we're also envisioning it, the state has said they would look at maintaining ownership and major maintenance and several employees. So we're not passing that by. We're trying to incorporate that, maybe get the best of both worlds. So we can get entrepreneurial spirit with this thing also, along with the state backing and with the state saying how many employees they might add to this and the ownership and major maintenance. That takes a lot of pressure off of the entity to be self-sustaining as a whole, right? Because there's hopefully a good portion of that coming from the state, because the state is looking at a huge win economically for this, and specifically in the basin, Grable, Powell, Thermopolis. I mean, it's going to be a huge win basin-wide if we're able to attract it.
What are your thoughts? Do you want to take on the 5,000?
I'd make a motion that we provide $5,000 to the State Shooting Complex Committee. On cost.
Go a second.
I'll second for discussion. Where are you gonna pull the money out of?
Your travel budget.
I
Can't do
can't
that.
find.
I'm sure we can find it somewhere. What's our discretion? Do we have discretionary in the
I'm looking, I should.
commissioners?
And the money is needed, right?
The 5,000 probably, because that's, if I understand you correctly, that's putting everything together and paying the engineer and stuff to do the design that has to go in by the first part of June, correct?
23rd. And we just brought Travis out here from Boise. You know, there's just some nickel and dime costs here and there. They're adding up.
So the other piece that fits into that is not only the June 3rd application date, but then we have an oral presentation that we're going to need to do at the end of June. And so there's going to be some need for the development of some materials for that. Then they're going to be here in the middle of June to do an actual on-site presentation. So we have to do the dog and pony show again. When they came the first time, we spent about $1,500 kind of courting the project initially. And so each time we do that, there's a out-of-pocket expense
Just
for
don't
it.
want to put up a billboard.
I don't want to put up a billboard. I'm not a big fan of billboards, but thank you.
James, just another question about. You were talking about local control with also state being involved. State will also have. I'm just sort of worried that if you guys actually make a profit, it's gonna go into the general fund down the China. So if the state is involved in what way will they be involved?
What we have been led to understand is they would designate it as a state park or recreation area. But what we would do as the local entity, the Joint Powers Board, would take out a commercial lease on that piece of property, but it would be designated as a state park. So we would still control that surface. What our hope is that we'd have the ability to hire a gun person to be the manager of the entire complex, and that person would be hired locally. And then what they would do is work in cooperation with the 3 state employees to help maintain and keep the facility up. And I think we can negotiate that. We've got a lot of conversations to have with Dave and his team at the state parks.
Yeah. So Madam Chair, just real quick on that, it would be. Other than having the state employees there, it'd be a lot, kind of like Hot Springs State Park. There's a concessionaire, and that's what we would be looking at, would be a concessionaire. You know, and there's been, I don't know if the talk has gone any further, but there's been talk of just the main facility when you first pull in there being the state park portion of it, and then the rest is just is designated for the shooting complex. It's not the whole thing, it's not the state park.
Yeah, and I think we got it.
I think we've got to have a local and a kind of a private component to this in order to make it.
Madam Chair, unless you're looking at something different, under commissioners, contract services.
Right, that's where I'm at. Yeah, we have room for it in there.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion, and a second to provide the $5,000 to the, state shooting complex proposal. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Madam Chair, just real quick, how does that, how do we need to move that? How does it need to be moved? Is it gonna be? Who are we making the check out to?
So because we're facilitating the process at Forward Cody, what I'll do is
that's what I need.
invoice Colleen and then she can take care of it. And then,
That's all I need.
yeah, and then we'll be, of course, accountable for that.
We spent our first
Right,
And then
we did that a few months
and
ago.
then some.
Yeah.
almost all.
Okay.
This last, today we'll spend the rest of it.
Okay.
So, just one other thing I wanted to offer, if you were interested in taking a tour out there, a nickel dime tour, we'd be willing to do that at any time. We've had a couple of them out there. I think people really, it really helps to put your feet on the ground and to see it and to see what's envisioned there. But if you would like to go out as a group or anytime, we could keep you informed and let you know when we're going out. You kind of got to bring your own four-wheeler side by side and drive at your own risk. It's a little wild out there, especially when the wind's 25 miles an hour apparently, but I'm sure that was a one-time event. Won't happen again.
That was just today.
Yeah, just today.
Madam Chair, I'm not real familiar with how far out of Cody is it?
It's just, 7 miles you would be to the buildings.
Oh,
the
okay.
Proposed building site, but just 3 miles off the state highway to TC. It's, you blink, if you pass the dump and you blink, it's the very next right turn.
So you come in off of 120?
Yeah.
Oh,
Off the airport, up, you just head to TC and you're literally there in 10 minutes all the way to the building site if we had a.
There's a haul road to the jet line.
Right.
Out there.
It's a quick trip, and that's another important thing to state wanted.
Madam Chair, just a couple of things. You need numbers prior to the June 3rd application, and you need commitment from the county if we are going to commit to the road prior to the June 3rd.
Yes, sir. That would be really valuable within our proposal.
Okay.
If we had a letter from the county indicating the support for the road and the maintenance. We'll obviously acknowledge the fact that you've made a $5,000 contribution towards the upfront costs. And then don't forget the little GIS picture if that's okay. I just want Joy to feel comfortable doing stuff for me. She did it because she's nice, but I know that doesn't last forever.
Joy?
Joy Gagnon.
Oh.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time, not a lot, but we have a little bit of time, maybe firm some things up with Brian a little bit more.
Madam Chair, I think we need to have firmed up and it be an action item on our 3rd meeting, the 21st,
Okay.
the 21st.
Okay,
If, because we need
Does that give you-
him to pull some true costs together.
okay,
And then we need to decide whether as a board, we're gonna.
Okay. all right.
So, Madam Chair, I would suggest then maybe we have a tour, as Glenn suggested, where when Brian comes out to view where we're talking about going, that we would maybe invite you to accompany Brian and Glenn, the tour guide, to just see what the road's like and where we're going to be building that out there.
Okay,
And we can get side by side, put you in with somebody. You do not have to have your own ATV down there. So don't let that stop you.
okay.
You might have to sign a waiver for driving.
Okay, we'll get after that with Brian and we'll be in touch, Glenn. And see what we
Thank
can-
you so much.
Thank both of you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help. Appreciate your support.
Where's the meeting tomorrow morning?
It's in the museum.
Museum.
If you get free and you want to come visit with Travis and design team, we're gonna meet at my office. It would be here.
You got more going on.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. See you in the morning.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Louise, you'd like to come up to the table? Next thing on our agenda, Mary Louise Wood, UW Extension Educator, 4-H Youth Development, Special Funding Request.
Yes.
Thanks.
That's an easy
That
one.
was easy.
For me, it's real easy.
You guys didn't ask them, are they gonna have a youth component?
Oh, yes.
We don't like kids.
That's.
You don't
we
like
don't
kids?
you.
You don't like puppies?
Poor old.
Well, the Cody shooting complex. Not 100% sure that they like it.
It's changed a little bit.
Yes.
I'm still having discussions with them, that's why I say that.
Yeah, talk to their liaison. Maybe he can bring some.
I was hoping to avoid that, but we may have to do that. So my request is, I increased $1,000 from the request last year. But I can also tell you that in the year that I've been here, we have increased, probably 60 members and I've doubled the volunteers and just stay out of my way.
I think,
Because,
I think we heard that at your interview.
because, we are, I would say we're in the top three
Cool.
of programs in the state of Wyoming, and, we will continue to be at least in the top three. If not, it's a little hard to run competition versus, we do have a larger program than Natrona County. It's a little tough for me to run competition against that many young people, but I love what I do. So,
Yes, you do.
I don't know what kind of questions you guys have.
I don't have any questions. We did talk about it, the $1,000 additional, but understanding what we're serving at this point.
Also, I guess to go along with that though, I can say that I'm putting money into it too. I have a $20,000 Elbingen grant that I use it for programming across the whole state. But that indirectly and directly helps our program here. So.
Any other questions? For our county 4-H?
Does the 4-H do any other fundraisers or any projects or anything?
So right now we do have a peach fundraiser in the fall where they sell boxes of peaches and pears.
Oh, yeah.
And we go to Grand Junction and get them from a mom and pop type farm and we bring them back. That's our big fundraiser. I'd like to bring back the 4-H carnival. It was something that when Lloyd was a kid, that I know, not quite the dark ages, but a while back, that they did. And partly as a fundraiser, but also I think it's, an entity that can bring the clubs and things together as a community, because so many of our things are competition driven. That sometimes we forget that we are Park County. I mean, we see a little bit of it, between the Cody Powell rivalry. And sometimes Matiti gets a bit lost just because they're a little bit further away. So some of that would be nice to have as a fundraiser, but also as a team building, for lack of a better term.
Maybe you can talk to the events coordinator and get a good deal.
Possibly, if I can have a building that's available, because things are a little tight right now.
They are a little tight right now.
But that's fabulous. One thing though, that we have done with the fairgrounds is, archery and 22 or not 22, but air rifle and air pistol actually practice, this time of year underneath the grandstands.
Okay.
And so, I mean, it's pretty cool that works. Archery is moving outside so that they can do their 3D targets because it's a longer distance. And then we're nearing the end of our practice phase and we'll go into county shoot and then state shoot, but that's been kind of cool. I didn't necessarily think that archery would fit underneath the grandstands, but it actually does. And they've been pretty pleased. So been kind of cool.
Okay, any other questions? Well, you know how this works. We'll review the budget. As we get closer, we'll let you know what we can do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. If
Okay.
you do think of any questions, my office is right upstairs. I'm there part of the time and I'm in Powell part of the time. So just holler.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You could decide that might actually be a good, or the shooting complex, or if you could get youth. The youth and 4-H, the universal 4-H to let them support it and we're hoping to work in combination.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt it. Yeah. That has come up in a couple of the conversations I've been having.
All those little things and that.
Yeah.
So I missed what was the fourth?
He didn't mention the percentage on that last 19.
27.
Right, we're missing 19.
Or 19.
Yeah, we're missing. He didn't bring that part up. So
Site,
site, the amenities,
the other draw,
right?
Business plan.
There you
Put
go.
down the business plan.
Yep, that's what the 27 was.
Yeah, we got site community basically as well as amenities wise and business plan.
Trying to,
With the
We're up to 81.
Right.
trying to move the other.
He didn't
Drawing
say that.
blank.
You didn't hear him say that. Okay.
I can get it from him.
Yeah, I had the number written down, but I didn't put anything by it. Okay. Okay, 2:15. We will be hearing from the Powell Animal Shelter.
Puppies.
Self-breeding.
Put it out there.
Self-breeding.
Oh, puppies.
Don't be writing books like,
Okay, puppies, just no cats.
hey. You like governor stuff.
Yeah, I heard she,
Oh,
which I got no problem with.
I know, well,
You know?
yeah, there's two sides to that, but it's probably something you didn't want to write in the book.
I wouldn't have put,
Hello.
come
Hi,
on.
good afternoon.
in Melbourne, and this is Kathleen Green.
Mhm.
And we're here from Powell Animal Shelter, and what else can I say? I need a little money,
You can have a
So we
seat.
can
We'll
have
visit
some-
for a minute.
food for the pictures.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how your last year's gone. I know last year we
Well,
did
last year we had 37 from out of, in the county,
37 county animals.
yeah, 37 county animals. Let's just have to throw this in because this year, since May 1st, we got 6 dogs.
Oh, wow.
We now have 15. And there's 2 of them in one kennel. Because we don't have enough room. They did, Cody, they called Cody and Cody said, yeah, they would take 2. But by the time the guy called me and said, he has 2 dogs he needs to bring in, I said, okay. How about Cody? And he said, yeah, they're taken 2. Well, then he caught 2 more dogs. And by that time Cody was close and so I got him. So now we have 4 dogs and, well, like I said, we have 15 dogs total. This is unheard of for us. We've been here 26 years and I think one time I had 18. And then we
Okay.
got right up to 5 of them in one day. But we don't adopt the people that put them on a chain. They have to have a head start. So you know what? It's hard. I don't want people just to take a dog just because of
Understood.
that. And we used to get food from the Walmart, but that's not happening anymore and nobody gives them hint. And they won't say why or what. We used to get a truckload a month, really.
Of the dated.
Somebody would
yeah.
pick it up from 40 that they were up here and would bring it down to us. It was a truckload. Now we did nothing,
Nothing.
and we haven't for the last year.
Do you do any other kinds of fundraisers throughout the year?
Well, what we can, but you know what? We don't have that time, honestly. I have now started something. We have bandanas that we put around the dogs and say up for adoption. And so on any event, anything that's going on, we'll have people now that will take the dogs and walk them.
Okay.
Hopefully at the fairgrounds and whatever we can do, we'll do that. But it's not easy. We have 25 cats too. Just tell them.
Feeding time takes a while.
So anyway,
Okay,
that's the story.
okay. Any other questions?
Yes, Sam, I think it seems like I asked you once before, but what's the name of that discount place in?
Down home discount.
Down home discount. Have you checked with them on, he gets truckloads of,
No,
I'm
I
talking
have
about
not.
pet foods and
I
stuff. I
have
mean,
not
does he have the opportunity to maybe get you guys a better deal on
You-
pet
I will check into that. Yeah, absolutely. I never thought about
right
it.
over there in Powell?
Well, I've
Yeah, I know.
actually purchased cat food down from discount.
Did you?
Home discounts, that's what I.
And it's cheaper?
Yeah, but a lot cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I never thought about that.
They're in there behind Rimrock Tire.
Yeah, I know where they are.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's a good idea.
Well, they're
I'm sorry,
across
I
the
never
bottom
thought
of
about
St.
that.
Paul's.
Yeah.
They're over there too?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah,
That's where they started.
yeah, they did. They started in Palo.
Oh, I didn't know that. I've just used the one
Okay.
there here in town.
So there's one here and one in town.
Right.
Okay, I will check into that.
Okay,
Thank you.
you know how our process works. We have your application and we'll have to work through our budget.
Yes.
And see where we come out on these funding requests and we will let you know as soon as we can.
And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming by today.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're not that scary. Come on. No. No.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes. Walmart way there.
You know, somebody said they changed policy on how they're doing that now. So it was too much request. I don't understand that too. But
Stewart's got the problem solved.
no. I'm not gonna ask. Hey. You're such a brat.
I think you would start killing some feral horses, you could feed love dogs.
Don't we have anything else on the agenda here coming up pretty soon?
We have, on the police report, we have both a pig and a domesticated yacht. They're gonna bring those. I'm gonna kill Scott.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
So you're not allowed to, that's technically not public land. Commissioner.
it's underneath.
Go out there with them and if you guys told her I'm taking my dirt bike, she'll not really access that thing.
Because yeah, it is underneath. Okay, we're waiting on Cody Shots. I heard some good
No,
conversations. Remember both of the accent just cracks me up. And now they're still out front talking. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Bless you.
I had any other notes for you guys? Oh, I did have one other question. We have a letter of request if we are interested or have funds to assist with the Cody fireworks display.
Well, we would, we have just,
Just put it
Budget.
on the shooting complex. Yeah. It's just a question if we're interested in participating.
so that would be special funding.
Yeah, but
This, the people who put so much for these activities. City.
Mhm.
So I really want this.
Conventions.
They want it so bad, they don't come out.
But the fireworks thing is a little bit different. There's nothing permanent on it, but it is, there is a draw. I understand that to the fourth. And people that are here putting on a good show for them, so they might come back, but I don't know if that's worth tax dollars.
I don't like the idea of blowing up taxpayer dollars for someone to go, ooh.
Understood. Any other thoughts? Pro or con?
That's
I like fireworks, not puppies.
I just don't,
I don't know.
you know, the attraction of the 4th of July, I think is the parade, rodeo in the front downtown. You afterwards, a lot of people from Powell and other, they just head back home, you know, didn't see the fireworks, you know. I don't know. Used to be fire departments collecting money to
Right.
put on the show,
Yep.
but they don't want to do it.
I think that something changed, my understanding with their liability stuff. That it wasn't the best thing for them to be doing. But I don't know why, I think I heard that.
They kind of fizzled out.
Yeah.
Their views got out of bed.
Are you ready?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So what we are coming back with, instead of Brian Edwards, we have Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates, recommended award of contract for procurement of drainage materials for the Willwood Road Phase 1. With chair to sign the agreement pending attorney review. So I assume you've reviewed the information that we opened this morning.
Yes, Madam Chair. To recap, we opened up one bid this morning with Ferguson Waterworks, Wyoming. I reached out to them to double check one that they are a Wyoming firm and they said yes. And I even checked on the Wyoming State business and they are in good standing. And then I double checked with them that they could meet our timeline of having material delivered by July 15th, and they said that they could. And then Brian Edwards and I went through, he had got partial prices from True North Steel and out of Billings and Pacific Corrugated Pipe out of Eugene, Oregon. They just had quoted the CMP corrugated metal pipe. And then he also got a price from Javenta Pipe and Precast out of Salt Lake. And I got a price, and that was for the reinforced concrete pipe. And I had got a price from Rinker and Panhandle Concrete Products. Rinker was out of South Dakota and Panhandle was out of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. And as we compared those, there might be just a little bit of savings if we broke it up into different piping groups. But the problem with them is I reached out to a few of those and I couldn't get anybody to answer me back in this time frame today to see if they could deliver that material in the time frame that we needed. So for a little bit of cost savings there, they also, when we did that, that's material costs. They didn't have a bid bond like Ferguson did have a bid bond, so that we know that we can go back on something if they can't deliver in the time that we're requesting for it. So between all those comments, Brian and I both agreed that we would recommend to you guys that you would award the pipe procurement spec to Ferguson Waterworks of Wyoming. Because we know that we have their bid bond and we know that they can deliver in the time needed. And we don't have to deal with 3 different contracts or rebidding this whole thing. If we rebid this and go for another month and we know we can't meet that middle of July deadline. So that is our recommendation to this group. Pending attorney review with all the contract documents.
Oh, Madam Chair, as much as I'd don't really want to, I think because of keeping the project moving on time and schedule, I will move to accept Ferguson Waterworks, Wyoming.
Yep.
For the pipe supplying for this job, pending the county attorney's approval of the contract.
And allow the chair to sign.
And allow the chair to sign.
Second.
Can I ask why you named off several for the CMPs and how come Geotech wasn't one of them? They're a Wyoming firm, one of the biggest suppliers of pipe in Wyoming.
They never gave us a number back. The Wyoming Geotech, is that what you're saying?
Geotech out of Casper,
Yeah, they did not give us a price on any materials.
as much pipe as even the county buys from, they didn't even give us them nothing. Rough call.
They might have been one that asked me if they only gave me partial prices on something, would I accept the bid? And I told them at that time, no. So maybe that's why they didn't even give me a partial price. So, yeah.
Do we have a motion and a second to approve?
I did.
The recommendation? Is there any further discussion on the motion? No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
I agree. there's some benefit in dealing with one company.
And the time frame.
Yeah, we're just concerned that, yeah, what if we only got 2/3 of the pipe and then we're missing one of the groups? Then what do you do? How do you tell a contractor you can't install? Then there's a different type of cost.
Keep moving through.
Yeah.
True. Okay,
Thank you.
so you all will work on, well.
Yeah, I already
with
given it to
Brian.
Brian for his review, and then I'm sure once Brian Edwards reviews it, he will send it on to Brian.
Okay.
So.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
all.
We can do this next thing too, I guess, just to get it done. I'm not expecting anybody else. Are you, Colleen? Okay. Park County Commissioners and the health insurance rates. The health committee's met every month. And Colleen can fill us in a little bit. We've worked with our providers and I think their suggestion was 4 to 4.5%. I think what we're going to request from the committee is 2%, which is the same as we did last year. Just so that we can kind of keep up with it because we have a bank account, but we don't want to get hit with a huge change. A year or two down the road.
Madam Chair, that is correct. The one thing that they did share with us most self-funded insurance programs across the state of Wyoming are across the United States are looking at a 12% increase this year. That's how well our program has served us. They did recommend 4.3 and we said we're going to push for 2. If you recall back in 16, we did have to do 11% increase catch up. So we don't want to find ourselves in that predicament again. So if we can at least do a 2% over the next, over the years, it's better than having by skipping some of it. So
And for estimating purposes, Mr. Pomeisel did include that in the budget numbers that you've seen to date. Of course, they're nowhere near complete, but he did include that 2% in there, so we had an idea of what the effect on budget would be.
Since we took some of those and have been investing, we have from August of 23 to the end of February, we've made $55,067.50 in
Investment income.
by investing. Yeah. And so one other thing with that said, we talked, as Dawson knows, quite a few times about possibly bringing back the HSA and working with our employees. You know, our plan looks well because of the employees. They take care of themselves when they are ill or whatever. They, are preventative as helpless moving forward. So I'd like you to also think about a possibility of if we maybe can't do a raise, maybe we could put $500 per employee per spouse into their HSA this year. Just some thoughts for you to think about. That would cost us about $142,000 for the number of employee spouse that we do. We don't do it. It would be only for the spouse. That would come out of our.
I was gonna say, out of our balance.
health and
Okay,
wellness.
okay, that's what I was thinking, but
Yeah, it would not come out of the general.
right.
So just a thought for you to think about since we were talking about insurance.
But today's conversation needed to be whether we will move forward with the 2% or not, so that we can, number one, let the insurance agents know what we're dealing with, and they need to know so they can get their documents prepared, and then we can move forward with the budget. Thoughts?
Sounds good.
Like employees?
He likes dogs.
Jeez. Ay. We went too late in the day, Molly.
Motion, Madam Chair. I move to accept the Insurance Committee, Health and Wellness Committee's recommendation of 2% increase in the insurance rates.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve a 2% increase in the health insurance rates. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
This committee phase.
So we're here for a little bit till he gets here early, or one of them gets here early.
So, Madam Chair, if I'll give you a real quick, what I learned.
Oh, sure.
Um,
That'll be quick.
Thank you, that was good.
The NEPA training down, it was very good.
It's up to you. I mean, that's what we said.
Is it still taped?
Yeah.
And you can watch it on.
You can go online. Mhm.
I'll have a watch it.
Okay. All right, appreciate that. So the next thing on our agenda, Charlie Jones, Manor House Food Pantry, special funding request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me some time to speak. I'll be very brief. My name is Charlie Jones. I'm the president of Manor House Food Pantry in Cody. As you know, Manor House Food Pantry is a nonprofit organization, and you have been very gracious over the years helping us out. We have approximately 22 volunteers. All the donations and all the grant money are used for food and business expenses only, nothing else. We do, as I mentioned before, we make 8 pickups a week from Walmart, Albertsons, and Maverick for food that they are getting ready to either expire or so on. Average is about 4,000 pounds a week. We also purchase food from the Food Bank of Wyoming and Food Bank of Rockies. We also are involved in a program, it's a federal program, it's called TPAP. I can give you the information on that. They have very strict guidelines of how much people can make and food that they can be given from the federal government, and we abide by those. We serve approximately 120 to 130 families per week. It's gone up since last year, I believe about 40 families maybe per week. What we do is we have a client list that's on a database. And last year at this same time, we had 483 families. As of last week, we have 710 families that are signed up. They don't all come at once, fortunately, but we've been averaging a lot more than normal. I know there was charts I gave, I'm assuming you got those color charts that show basically what's going on within the last year. I'm not going to go over them unless you have questions. It's very self-explanatory. The numbers are up, whether it's due to inflation or whatever the case may be. We have several people that can only come once every other week and once every third week because they don't have gas. And we don't do gas vouchers anymore. So our funding comes from private donations, yearly grant from the county, and other grants that we apply for. And those grants are usually, as I'm applying now, for equipment. So that freezer that is listed on the documents, I am trying to get a grant for so we can purchase a new stand-up freezer. And there's a reason for that besides the other freezers we have are old, and that is that Food Bank of the Rockies, a lot of the stuff they give us is frozen. And as an example, last month they gave us, I want to say 72 cases of frozen, it's like shrimp or something of that nature. And we just don't have room for it. So we're trying to, build up our capacity a little bit. Some of the things that are, a problem or something we're dealing with now is obviously the cost of supplies is up dramatically, food and so on. So, there's 2 projects we're looking at. One was the freezer and the other is the front door, which I'm working on separately on another, talking to some of our donation people. Are there any questions from me?
You showing a $2,800 expenses city of Cody? What is that?
Correct. That would be, that's utilities, the city of Cody bill that we get every month. Also, I've included utilities such as internet. We had to have internet capabilities now and some of the other stuff. And that's what it's mostly electricity because of the freezers and the refrigerators.
And forgive me, I haven't looked, but do you get contribution from the county? Does the city of Cody?
No, not that I know.
Have you requested from them?
I have not. I did
I'd
not.
request 2,900 if I were you.
I'll try that. Any other questions?
Might be worth talking to him. Questions?
Well, just a statement, maybe a follow-up, where the loaves and fishes does get donations from the city of Powell.
Okay.
So I think this does help citizens of Cody.
Yes.
And they ask them, that would be a pretty good request, you know,
Okay.
just.
I will give that a try. We also do get things from Loaves and Fishes. We work pretty closely with Pal and Cody. Like if we have excess of something like produce, Walmart sometimes will overload us with produce. We work with the senior citizens community. We work with Loaves and Fishes and other Cody Covered. And what we do is we kind of, we'll give them the excess so that nothing goes to waste. That's the whole intent. And we also, if something does go to waste, let's just say bananas or something, because we had 70 cases one time and just couldn't use them all. We have a couple of ranchers and farmers, and we will give them the ones that are going bad, and they use them for their cattle or whatever. So nothing really goes to waste, so we try to.
Well, we appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
People of Park County, that's for sure. Yeah, your request hasn't changed. And I think you're familiar with our process.
Yes.
Been here a few years, but we'll put it under advisement for as we move forward on our budget.
I appreciate it very much, and thank you again.
Thanks for coming by.
Yep,
Oh,
thanks.
thank you.
All right.
Founded by the chief, actually, the board member,
Okay.
their side of that time.
Okay. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we'll need to remind them that. Be here a little bit early.
Fittings of the Park County Animal Shelter. If you don't get the humor, I'm sorry.
Megan?
Eat at your own risk, but they are for your animal.
And they're making cheese.
Hoser will like that.
Oh, yeah, well, I won't like it after we eat.
Yeah, it's probably give them diarrhea or something, huh?
Okay, I guess we are on the record, Molly. Oh, okay.
Right.
I guess, for the record, our next agenda item, Jonah Harris, Park County Animal Shelter, special funding request.
All right. I would say that the Park County Animal Shelter is at the end of the agenda because we're saving the best for last.
Okay.
But we appreciate your time in considering our special funding request. I just want to start out by saying that I am the new executive director, Jonah Harris. I've been executive director since October of 2023. Behind me are 3 out of the 5 board members and my operations manager, Jody Crone. They're here to support me and the new animal shelter. My focus really is to historically the Park County Animal Shelters, or excuse me, the board of county commissioners have historically supported the Park County Animal Shelter. The first time that didn't happen was last year. And I would really like to encourage that partnership and be collaborative with the board of county commissioners because we can't succeed without our community. So every animal that we intake into the shelter is vaccinated, including the rabies, microchipped, spay and neutered. And in 2023, which please keep in mind, I was not the executive director, but these numbers are very important to share with the board. In 2023, 36% of the population were county intakes. 51% were city intakes, and 9% were out of county intakes, 3% were out of state intakes. And one thing that our special funding request is a fraction of what it costs to care for the 36% of the county animals. We are asking for 21,000 because I would like to recoup the 10,500 that you've given us historically from last year. But we would be grateful for the gift of 10,500 for 2024. I would like to kind of speak about the humane euthanasia and the no-kill shelter philosophy. You'll see in your brochure there that there was some concerns brought by the board that I addressed for you, and I'm going to touch on the first one, which is no-kill shelter, because I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding about what the term no-kill means. So no-kill is an evolution. Shelters don't just snap their fingers and suddenly have the programs in place to save every animal that shows up at our doorsteps. So some of these programs that the Park County Animal Shelter has is targeted spay and neuter services, and that reduces the number of dogs and cats that enter the shelters. Adoptions and community foster programs to drastically minimize the amount of time animals spend in the shelter. And then the community cat programs that use the trap, neuter, return, and return to field strategies to keep unowned free roaming cats, AKA stray or feral cats, out of the shelters. And so no kill is just merely a benchmark. It's defined as a save rate of 90% or better. And the save rate is the percentage of animals leaving a shelter with a life outcome. For example, if we take in 100 animals and 90 animals leave our shelter alive, we have a 90% save rate. So in the animal welfare industry, the no-kill is a philosophy. In order for a shelter to be no-kill, our priority is to save all the animals that we can save
They're seeking a live outcome as much as they possibly can. And euthanasia only happens within the shelter when an animal is medically sick or the animal is so behaviorally unsafe that we can't adopt it out. So community safety and good quality of life for pets are our guiding principles at the Park County Animal Shelter. And the no-kill philosophy is attainable because of these best practices and protocols. So there's a difference between kill and euthanasia. And euthanasia is to end an animal's life from suffering from some sort of irreparable medical or behavioral issue that compromises their quality of life, and we can't adopt them out. And then kill means to end an animal's life for other reasons due to lack of resources in our shelter systems. And one of those examples would be overcrowding. So the Park County Animal Shelter does not use the term kill shelter. And we don't use that term because it's inflammatory and it could erroneously suggest that shelters are to blame for killing pets, when in fact the responsibility to save all of the savable pests rests on all of us. So when we talk about 90% as the benchmark for no kill, it's a 90% benchmark because we understand that there's going to be that variance. We understand that not every animal that enters our shelter is going to have a live outcome. So when you think of Park County Animal Shelter, instead of maybe having the perspective, are you a no-kill or a kill shelter? A better question to ask is, what's the Park County Animal Shelter save rate? And the Park County Animal save rate is 95%. So the animals that enter the shelter are primarily cats and dogs, and these animals are not used as tools. These animals are people's companions. They take them everywhere they go, in their car, to the dog park. It keeps an elderly person company. So we're not fueling animals out of the animal shelter to use them as tools. They are a forever companion. So I just want to progress in our collective efforts to create a more compassionate society for all beings, both human and non-human. And if you were to take the statistics of adoptions, the Park County Animal Shelter does not have a problem adopting out animals. We are at an all-time high. And we have in 2024, since I've been there year to date, the county citizen drop off is 56 animals and the city citizen drop off is 24. So we are caring and housing for county animals. And I would like to share the outcome with you as well. Year to date, we've had 120 cats adopted and 48 dogs adopted year to date. And so when you talk about, say, the 9% of animals that we took out of county, 100% of those animals were adopted. When you talk about 3% of out of state, 100% of that were adopted. So we don't have the overcrowding issues. We have a very good successful rate of adopting out companions. And so this request is really asking you to think the bigger picture, maybe change some perspectives a little bit about what kill and no kill means, and to really collaborate with the Park County Animal Shelter. We do take pride in being a no kill shelter, but we don't utilize it as a ploy for fundraising. You all see our budget and how much money we have. We're not wallowing in a lot of money. My job is to fundraise, and we fundraise a lot, but your gift is critical to the high inflation costs that all of the other nonprofits that you have heard from prior to me are experiencing. So I would like to ask at this time that the concerns that you see on the brochure if I can expand on that in any way, I would love to do so at this time.
I'm a cat person, just so you know, but I have several and I've been through a lot of them. So explain to me what happens. We had a house near us raided, open the garage door, there's 30 cats that, anyway, showed up. So caught a couple of the young ones, managed to bring one in actually to the shelter. There was a lot of others that went other places, but if that cat would have been pulled, the one that I caught, it's say 10, 12 years old, and I brought it to the shelter. Is it adoptable? Number one, and number two, if it's not, and what would happen with it? How long is it going to stay in a cage at the shelter unadopted?
So first of all, when an animal comes in, we evaluate them. We take all of those things into consideration. We take age, we take health, and a cat that is 12 to 13 years old, we would rather have them fostered outside of the shelter until they pass away. And so that is our goal, is to get, if the senior cat, if we feel like they have age against them, and even if there's health issues, we have Kitty out right now, or excuse me, not Kitty, Gerald. He is an old cat, he's on medication, but he is being cared for outside of the shelter by a foster parent who has agreed to take care of this animal outside of the shelter until the cat passes. Because there's nothing wrong with Gerald as far as his quality of life. He still eats, he still drinks, he still plays, but because of his age, the probability of somebody wanting a cat that old is very minimal. So that's why we have that foster program, and it's wonderful for those instances. So that's a priority of ours. If we're dealing with a senior cat, the quality of life is good, then we try to get him out in foster care. We have a dog right now named Buddy. He's an older German Shepherd. Not a lot of people have their opinions about German Shepherds. They sometimes can come with a bad reputation. There's nothing wrong with Buddy. He has hip issues. He has psoriasis. He's on medication. He's in a foster home where the individual is taking care of him until he passes. So they're not in a cage.
Does the shelter then pay the expenses on those animals in the foster situation?
They still belong to the Park County Animal Shelter.
Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you for clearing up some of these concerns. And I commend you actually for explaining the no kill and how your success is what puts you in that status for the term of it is deceiving. But my biggest concern still though in question is the neuter release. I don't personally, how many did you do last year? You said you adopted approximately 150 cats. So how many did you neuter, spay, or release?
Yeah, that's a totally separate category.
While you're looking at that, I'm just gonna explain and elaborate a little bit, is I guarantee you, I care and love animals as much or more than probably most people. However, I also look at what we actually have, and I've always lived rural and live in the country, and I have plenty of barn cats, and they have a need and a purpose, and I don't consider them feral. Feral cats, when released into the wild, they are back to killing birds and baby chicks and pheasants and game animals, and they're an invasive species. Plain and simple. So I don't know if I'll ever be able to change your mind on that, but that is one part that you guys do that I do not. You're gonna have to do a little more talking to convince me that that's the right thing.
Well, we don't take in feral cats.
But you capture and release, you capture, spay and release.
If a community member brings in what they call a feral cat, then we neuter, and release them back to the person that brought them in to go back into that community. And since I've been executive director since October, we have had 0 TNRs from the city or the county because it's something that has to be collaborated with volunteers. We haven't done that since I've been there, but we do have people that are volunteers that are very passionate about the TNR program, and they go out to the problem area, capture the cats, they come in, we spay and neuter them, and they're brought right back to the same area that they were brought in. We do not take feral cats because they're unadoptable. That would not be productive for any of us. That's why the TNR program is to minimize multiplying the cats. It's to spay and neuter to prevent overcrowding and having stray cats or feral cats in our community. And we do have a problem with that.
But you don't really know if they're bringing you feral cats or if they're bringing you their house cat or what. I mean, yes, I'm confused then as to.
You can tell pretty quickly if a cat is feral or not, because that.
Well, I guess
cat
in barn
is-
cats you can't touch. Doesn't make them feral.
I'm sorry, what?
I have barn cats you cannot touch, pet or whatever, but that doesn't make it feral.
Right, well, you can tell the difference between a feral and a stray cat because a feral cat isn't being fed by a human.
Right.
But Madam Chair, I see right here, you got in your letter, it says reducing the population of stray animals through spaying and neutering also has tangible benefits for the public. So are you spaying and neutering, releasing or not?
That is a program. I'm just explaining to you that since I've been the executive director, that program hasn't been in progress. Because he asked how many TNR cats, and we've had 0 since I've been the executive director. We do spay and neuter for the community. It's a low income program. We spay and neuter all of our animals before they get adopted. So there's a lot more involved than just TNR when we're talking about spay and neuter.
Other thoughts?
Just a quick question of 3% out of state. Which out of state facilities are sending you animals, and how did they get the animals to you?
They have volunteers that transit, and they also have transit programs in big cities. So we saw just a few from Colorado and Texas, and I believe a few in California. They're bringing them to our facility because we are a no-kill, and they're overcrowded. We also have an amazing clean building that we take very much pride in. So people from out of state are coming to our animal shelter to adopt animals. So the animals that we saw, once again, was not under my direction, but they have transit volunteers.
If caring for POW animals has an overabundance of cats, can they take them to your shelter too?
I would like to work with the PAL Animal Shelter more. That is a priority of mine. I think it's important. That's something that's evolving, and those are conversations. I just introduced myself to her after her presentation today. And so that is something that I told her, if you have 2 dogs that need to come in after hours, I have a key, here's my number. So we would be glad, since we don't have an overcrowding issue, we absolutely could help them out.
Do you send any animals out of state?
We do not. Our adoption rate is so high, we don't need to.
John and you guys, like Alice, thanks for coming. You and I talked on the phone and you explained a lot of what you've done today. I guess one of my big hangups still is why we should take any out of state or out of county animals, period. So that the taxpayers or us, the taxpayers would pay anything for these animals outside of our community. I'm kind of a heartburn that, I know it's a small percentage of what you pay, but I just can't see any reason why we would do that.
Well, one reason is because we're a no-kill shelter.
Grant, but why should the taxpayers pay for that?
I'm not saying that they should. That is also something that wasn't done under my direction. That was in 2023. So I would like to ask that we started a clean slate. I haven't taken any out of county or out of state animals since I have been the executive director. As it states in the brochure, it is in our policy that we do on a case by case basis. And the percentage is so low.
Sure.
And I know that the taxpayer money, that doesn't matter. But that's why the buy-in from the county commissioners is so critical, because we need that money.
So how would somebody contact you? How do, not, you haven't done it, but how would somebody contact the shelter from out of state? How would this process go? Do they call you and say, we need to?
We, oh yeah, we get requests often. I get my email once a week, and I can tell you what. And I've done it since January, and I get mine every week. If people that want to take in an animal, I guess it's somebody that I can from the shelter and get adopted out. You know, we're not going to take in a 10-year-old. We're going to take in Shih Tzu maybe or something like that, that somebody's already looking for that could make some money. If we're not making more money decisions that may have.
So is it, you say the trap and release, the spay and release is, you haven't done any of it, but is that still something that Park County Animal Shelter would support?
Yeah, that is one of our programs, is the TNR. Expand on that.
Beg your pardon?
Expand on your no.
There's no reason at all to release feral cats back release them back out. No.
Okay, but you want your taxpayer money, people to be paying for a feral cat that's not unadoptable.
No, I
That
can,
goes
they
against
can, there's an easy way to get rid of them.
Yeah, but we try to take a more humane and compassionate approach.
Well,
then-
that's
then-
philosophical difference that we have.
Great. But that's just that's just a singular philosophy of TNR. I'd like to ask you to think bigger on all of these other programs that we do that benefit the county. Don't singulize it to the TNR program, because we are so much more than no kill or the TNR program. So please keep that in mind.
What's the average cost of feeding a dog, say a dog for a year? It might be in the numbers you gave us, but I.
So the daily food for a dog is $3 a day. But you know, there's costs of the microchip vaccinations, the food, the spay and neuter, the utility costs for this wonderful building that the community provided us, payroll.
Understood. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
just for my curiosity, what's it cost to spay and neuter a cat and or dog?
So the average is about $92. Right? The average is $70 for a dog and $37.50 for a cat. And that's in policy with our.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
And I would also like to encourage you that if you haven't visited the Park County Animal Shelter, it's time. Please come and see what the hard work that our staff is doing, and it will really give you a different perspective and a well-rounded opportunity and experience. That building is beautiful. And like I said, we have people from out of state coming to adopt from our facility because it's clean. It doesn't smell like cat pee. And so there's some wonderful work going on in that shelter, and you guys are welcome. I'll feed you lunch. Just please consider stopping by. It will be well worth it.
I'll ask you one more question from adopting a cat out there years ago. And granted, not under probably any of you being there, it's been a little while. But one of the processes I had to go through, it was for my granddaughter. And one of the processes I had to go through was the lecture to her about taking care of this cat, and then it had to be an inside cat, couldn't be a barn cat. And that they could come inspect the house and where the cat was living at any time they chose. And you just mentioned adopting them out of state. And I'm thinking you're not gonna go out of state and inspect where this cat's living. And to tell you, the final part of this story is this cat's won the Hot Springs County Fair multiple years. It's a wonderful cat. It's still around. But I just wonder about those processes, if that's still in place where,
No,
okay.
I've never even heard of that,
Oh,
but no, we don't.
it was terrible anyway, but
We have an application process and we do check references. just
I understand that
what kind
part.
of pet owner they might be, but no, we're not gonna do home visits.
Okay. That just seemed bizarre to me and we wanted the cat bad enough, we took it. But anyway.
Do they come inspect your house?
No,
Oh,
no,
good.
never heard from them. No. Anything else we want to know today? Okay, well, as this process works, you know, we don't make a decision today. We haven't looked at our entire budget yet, so we don't know where we're at. We've still got a few weeks of dealing with that. So we will let you know, understanding what your thought process was on your request, and we'll go from there. Really, thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you for clarifying some things.
Yeah, you bet.
Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
move to adjourn.
Second.
Have a motion to adjourn. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.